We're continuing, obviously, with our uranium nuclear build. We're still working on encased uranium cells. I have to make the plastic for the empty canisters, so we're going to work on that now, as well as the Nuke Nobilis setup, get that ready. There's a few things on the go. Actually, I might just get rid of some of my stuff in my inventory very quickly. Really, I can go over there. Yeah, get rid of those and those. I haven't done that one yet. That's going to come later. That comes later, and we're working our way towards those. But now that we've got the now that we've got the I can't remember what I'm trying to say. Now that I've got the something or other, don't know, uranium. Mustn't be important. I'm gonna just dump a bunch of things in here. These. These. Right. So that's hog remains. Let's change that to, we'll just process a few of these. Moss Frog, hello. Great to see you there. Hope things are doing well today. I'm going to put those at the end there so they get processed first. Right. Go. Just playing modded Satisfactory, nice. Getting it. Get your money's worth while you can before it changes. Before 1.2 goes live, and we're going to have to, mods won't work for a bit. Stingers. I think we've got a couple of spitters and maybe some. There's a hatcher in there. We'll just get some more coupons from all this, it'll be awesome. Are these... Is map 5? Spitter. That'll be it. So it's just the last one that's going around. Is the hatcher remains. Yep, you made a factory that costs 5,000 megawatts and was only making 0.6 power shards per minute. It's funny, hey? All that work. Although, yeah, and now with 1.2 in the game options, there'll be multipliers that you can apply, so you can either have it easier or harder, which is interesting. Alright, that'll be all of that. So it's a bit in the build up. It's alright. We'll leave that, we'll deal with that later. I just wanted to get that out of my inventory. And there's also some other ones. Oh, that's an overhaul mod, so nearly everything is different. Ah, rightio. Fair enough. Well, makes for lots of options, doesn't it? I want to see if there's any room left in here. It's not this one. It's this one, I'm pretty sure. Maybe. No, it's the one across. So many buildings. Yep, you just made it to oil, so push for some plastic, rubber, asphalt, and more power is due. Nice. Alright. It's this building here. Wood's full. I bet you that's full. Alright, there we go. Let's go back to our cannon and head back to our uranium area. You can now have a max consumption of 134,000 megawatts for a sloot and boosted quantum encoder. Yeah, right. You certainly could with the multipliers. Let's go. I gotta be careful because there's a big tall thing that spawns right there. There we go. Alright. Alright, so I'm going to put the package, unpackage, and and the encased uranium cell for the nuke nobelisks here. Run this along here. This one will probably get rebuilt, so I'm not too stressed about that. But this pipe going in front, we'll deal with that later. So I reckon actually, let's put that there. So that would be there. And then I need a packager. Oh, there's my hard drive. Better check that out. This is all going to be nuclear stuff. Super stack computer. I don't know if I'm doing that one. Let's have a look. No, I'm doing the OC supercomputer, and the uranium fuel unit I'm not using either, so we'll just leave them. You like the supercomputer alternate made in the assembler? Great for slurping. I agree, Moss Frog. That is the one I'm going to use when I build them next, for my next stages. It's yeah, like you say, slurping indeed. It's a great choice. Now this, I might go. I want to go there, but really I should go there. Right, this is packaged sulfuric acid at 10%. Right, that one, and then we've got unpackaged. So here I'm going to need to put a smart splitter here. Just going to go back over here for a sec. That's just a merger. There's no priority because the smart splitter does the work. Right, okay, yep. It doesn't matter. Okay, yep. I'm just thinking in my head how it's going to work, but it's not a big deal. Right, so that means like that. So straight ahead will be empty canisters. And I'm not sure. Actually want to put that there, I reckon. Go to there. I might go to the right overflow. Okay. So my empty canisters, so then there will be this again. And this is an unpackaged, so this can be a straight in because there's no there needs to be at least, I think, that there. And this will be sulfuric acid, and the right will be overflow. Savage, hello, welcome. Bare minimum effort, good to see you there. I hope you're all. I am doing very well, thank you. Just, just chilling. Hope everyone's doing well themselves. This is for the encased. This is for the nobelisks. Well, encased uranium cell for the nobelisks that we're working on at the moment. So this is unpackaged sulfuric acid at 6.7%. Right, perfect. So this no, hold on. I've got this wrong. Not wrong, but it's the byproduct from the production line is what needs to feed in. So let me grab one of these. Oh yeah, I'm going to do that. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? that works. Yeah, actually. That's actually going to look pretty cool. I'll show you what I mean in a sec. He stayed up until 2 AM working a coal plant because I had an idea and I couldn't sleep because of it. I've never done that before. I don't know what you're talking about. Welcome to the game of Satisfactory. Alright, I think that's on the input. That was there, like that, and that's there. I think that. That's what I want. Yeah, okay, that's what I want. All right, so what I was thinking here is, this has got two inputs. Alright, so this is going to be Encased Uranium Cell. And this is going to be at 40%. And it's only got 3 inputs, and only one of them's sulfuric acid. So I can actually have the sulfuric acid there come around and go in, and then I can have the output of this sulfuric acid will come around and come and feed into here, and this one come around and feed into the other input here. Savage, you did a 5x space elevator parts and random nodes. It's different. Yeah, I thought I saw, I think I rated you. No, I can't remember. But that's pretty awesome. The 5x space elevator. So that means you need 5 times more. I did the other day. Yep, that's right. You need 5 times more parts. That's pretty intense. Yep, five times more parts to unlock the next phase. Well, that sounds fun, totally. If that's coming in, that's going to there. So this one, yeah, okay, I think yeah, I knew that sounded familiar, that choice. I run it out like that. I think so. I reckon that looks... yeah, I suppose. Nah, you're not going to like it this way. Did that right. I read someone was doing 100, 110, but because I didn't know better, I believed it. The maximum is 102/5. Right, okay. Currently you're waiting for your 5,000 smart plates, 5,000 versatile frames, and 500 automated wire before we can unlock phase 3. Well, at least it gives you time to work on some more coal power. Is that? No, it's too clipped. Okay, come one more. or any other product that needs work. Yeah, that's what I want. I'm gonna make that baffles. Oh, actually, that's perfect. Yeah. Yeah, right. Okay, so if we do this, then two, and then this will be yep, have 16 at the moment. We'll start running some roads, test out the new vehicle pathing. Excellent. Yeah, we gave that a go, the vehicle pathing, and really impressed with it. We've done a great job. Yeah, so this reach to there, so I reckon I'll do this one here. That to there. So that feeds into there. These I'm going to change the heights, that's not a problem. Then the output of this let me just put in the blender pole. So what's that going to connect to? That. Okay, so this here is going to test that's there. So our go like that. This I can go under here. So then this.
Very much for your research.
Thank you, Danva, for renewing your Tier 1 sub of 20 months. I'm working on a bunch of jokes about wind. They're currently saved as drafts.
Danva, I'm working on a bunch of jokes about wind. They're currently saved as drafts. Nice. I like that one. Thank you very much for your tier 1 resub. 20 months, that's absolutely awesome. Really appreciate your generosity and support. I'm going to have to, definitely going to steal that one and use it. Tell one of my co-workers and loves a good dad joke. Love it. That one's going to be clean. Right, so that's this is the return byproduct. Here, it gets packaged and unpackaged, and then it's going to return and come in here. I hope you're doing well today, Dan. It works. This one. So yeah, instead of trying to merge the two pipes together, I'll just use the two inputs. Straight does some weird things. And then that, I'm going to have this come out here. Right. So this is byproduct out there. I think yep, alright, so then let's do that. There. That one will go to there. Alright, and then here I'll have a sink. Just here, I reckon. Yeah, I reckon just there. Fair minimum effort. I tried to think of jokes about wind, but all I managed was a brain fart. There's another one, folks. There's another one. I might put... Actually, yeah, actually that's there. But
Like it's bad soon.
Adriel, hello, welcome. Good to see you there. Haven't seen you for a while. I think that's one.
And as the saying goes, choo choo, motherfuckers.
Coming with a banger. Choo choo indeed. Absolutely. The crowd favourite, that one. Alright, so that's overflow from that one. Overflow from that one. They get sunk. There will be some overflow from concrete that I'm going to feed in through here as well. What you do in the bedroom is a private matter. You change jobs, your work schedule overlaps your stream. I understand that. Well, I hope it's working out for you. How's Randy? He's doing well. He's just having a lie down next to me right now. Just keep me out of trouble. You know how it is. Let's just check. I think the man would have gone off by now. Electric motor. Am I going to use electric motor? Let's have a look at my list of things I'm making. I am not using electric motor. Infused uranium cell, I'm not using that either. Alright. It is a small community, Savage, absolutely. Lots of love in the Satisfactory community, 100%. Alright, so that could go to here. Okay, so this is going to output empty canisters. These empty canisters, I'm going to send them back here and merge them in this way. So that's the height I want. So that just has to come. No, it comes back one. Perfect. That'll come around to there. Sweet. No clipping there. So that'll be our return empty canisters coming back into here and feeding into here. I do think No, it should be alright. Yeah, I'm going to put a priority merger on this. And I'm going to say that has higher priority. So I'm just going to go back down here. So I don't like that. I want a clean pipeline on that. There's some weird shadows on some of these pipe bends. So this one, I want the center to have high priority. Yeah. Right. So now we need to bring the canisters in, and we need to do, while I'm here, I'm going to do the concrete. I think the concrete, uranium's going to come probably this way. You're going to be there. Let me have a look. Go back to my encased uranium sheet. So I've got one of these. It's going to be 6 concrete. Holy moly. Because this isn't going to be overflow because it's going to be uranium, so I don't care about that. So in that case, I might no clipping there, which is great. And this will be incoming uranium, so I'll deal with that when I bring it in. So I need to bring in the canisters now. Before I do that, we'll do some signs. This is... I don't think I did a sign for these, did I? Hold on. Let's load up our blender sign. Right, this is for, the first one's for uranium fuel rods. And it is 4 uranium fuel rods. That one. Moss Frog, I tried for years to use more than one toolbar at the bottom, but I end up using the same hotbar all the time. I used to have like one for Mark 1, one for Mark 2, Mark 3, Mark 4, Mark 5, Moss Frog. Oh, my trains have collided. I'll have to check that out in a sec. But now I just go, the first hotbar, I just changed 3 and 4, slots 3 and 4 to be the, what speed belt I'm currently working on. And then the second one I do for pipes, and then I'll fiddle around with some of the others. Right, that better not be where I think it is. Oh, let's turn off. Where did those trains collide? Oh wow, down here? What? The train derailed over here. But there's only one train line on that train line. It's an isolated, only one-way train line. Now the train's not derailed. Savage, I have the same basic hotbar. With the use of the wizard build, you can easily change lots of things. Yeah. Alright, well that was a false alarm. Because there's literally just one train on this setup. Well, I've had trucks vehicle collision before, but I haven't, and it sorted itself out, but I haven't had trains. Maybe the bean derailed him. You're not wrong. I thought it was my new area where I changed something. I'm glad it wasn't. Oh well, we'll just go back to our uranium area and keep working. It wasn't a waste of time at all. Maybe the trains disconnected from each other and were operating independently. Who knows? You don't care what people say, beans are a menace and you should be shot on sight. They well, I certainly give them a tap in the bum with my gun when they're in the way. Right, it's back over here. I was working on my science. Alright. So uranium. Comes in at too many buttons. $600 by 12 machines is 50 each. Moss Frog, I always flag for PvP when I see those silly beans. Always get in the way of a building. They do always get in the way of a building. And then they need concrete. At 180 by 12 is 15 each, and sulfuric acid is coming in at 480, is 40 each, right? And it's outputting encased uranium cells at 300 by 12 is 25 each, and also sulfuric acid is coming out at 120, which is 10 each. Right. Oh, no, it's separate trains. Ah, no, it's down here further on the map. Okay. Well, Let me put this sign down first, and then we'll go and sort that out. That makes more sense now. I think we'll put our sign here. That makes sense now. That's the first time I've had a collision at that location. Alright, well. You wish they made the UI for the blueprint designer way better. I feel like I have to think of more in that mode, and then the math of factoring the dev system mark. Yeah, I agree. Adriel, do you have a YouTube guide for signals? I do not, unfortunately. I haven't got that far yet. But if you check out, I'd say Total Eclipse or It's Bits, they're all going to have some comprehensive guides. So it looks like this one didn't wait for this one to come through. I'm not deleting the... It's Bits, yeah, that's it. Savage, simple guide, path in, block out. You are correct. Maybe a signal tutorial would help me. It would, wouldn't it? Yeah, exactly. Not from Smirkin. I'm not going to deconstruct. Thanks, Ada. Just buy the Signal DLC. That's right. Where am I heading? I'm heading over there. That cannon's not going to shoot me over there. This is annoying. Talk about getting distracted. Yeah, and I've had that set up for quite a long time now. That's the first time we've had an issue in that location with the signals. Well, let's go and fix it. I tell you what, the simplest thing with trains is just run individual trains between stations, isolated tracks, and you won't have issues. I do get very frustrated with trains at times because there's a lot of work with trains getting it all set up. Max, old good times we didn't have signals equals no problems. Yeah, you're not wrong there. That track would become a nightmare then. I could do Unreal. Yeah, I don't know how to really fix this area at the moment. I'm not going to do it right now. I'm just going to get back to what I was doing. Mossrog, I try and limit intersecting points and instead make curved bridges. Yeah, that's a good idea, Mossrog. This is the non-guru part of the island, this is true. Well, everything seems alright now, but yeah, that is the first time we've had a signal issue there. Frustrating, but hey. I'm sure it's going to pop off again soon, just to annoy me. Remember the launch of the game after the update introducing collisions and signals? A lot of exclamation points on the map. Yeah, there was a lot in my Havrinskaya Russian hospital factory. There was a lot of crashes. That's the one build I could definitely see myself redoing again. Had a lot of potential, and it would, even vehicles would add a lot to it. Gage, you think you started around pipes? Yeah, that would have been about update 3. Right, this is our nuclear area. That would have sucked if one of those trains was a crude oil to your main power plant. Well, I had a missing Explorer the other week, and it carried sulfur for the turbo fuel, for the compacted coal, so I was missing a few thousand megawatts of power. Ford Explorer, yeah. Had never heard of it, seen some screenshots and was wowed by it being satisfactorily unsatisfied sits. Nice, guys. Nice. Yeah, it's definitely captured a lot of people. Alright, so this needs updating here. This is for nuke nobelisks. Nuke Bobelisk. Alright, that's for Nuke Novelisk. And this is 20. Uranium 6 concrete. and 16 sulfuric acid. And outputted 10. And 4. So my packaged sulfuric acid was this is for nuke nobelisks. And it needed 4 empty canisters. So it was all the same. And it outputted 4. And then the unpackaged was all the same. Alright, so now we're going to make the canisters for this and that down there. And I also need to do the concrete. I'm going to do that. I need to do all these inputs as well. I might. Yeah, that's right. Guys, thanks a lot. You're watching a Predators Marathon. Awesome. Yeah, I should do all these. Right, so there's going to be one there. One there. One there. And one here. There's also going to be one here. reconnect these belts. Conveyor lifts, I mean. These hooked up, and then we'll do the overflow for the concrete, not the uranium. Get our supports in. Mossrog, good to see you load balancing things and not using the manifold system I see most you use. Yeah, it's just my build style, you know. And everything, I like how it looks. I like how it almost works straight away. You're not waiting for things to saturate. There's a couple of spots where I have used manifolds, but as a rule of thumb, I generally balance it. I don't think a lot of people see it a lot either. Like, it's very common for people not to see, not to see load balancing. I'm going to put this one. Probably here, I think. Okay, so what have I got? So might do concrete at the higher level. So that's going to be a Mark III. And Mark I for the others. This will be uranium. And then does load balancing pipes actually provide a balance since fluids are omnidirectional? Look, I don't have a real 100% answer for you. When you do, give me one sec. When you do something like that with pipes, then yes, it is going to be balanced. I'm not 100% sure here either, because does the middle pipe, if you're feeding it from the top and coming down, does it split three ways evenly, or does the middle one fill up first before it then overflows to the other two? I don't know. I don't know how it all works. So each fluid still split evenly at each joint in my knowledge, so it can be beneficial, I believe, in some instances. Max, big manifold pipes could be so bad. I have heard that. Generally, I don't have issues, so I'm not saying there's your answer, but there's your answer. Nope, junctions in that orientation works at priority. Checked in parts PDF. Awesome, Adriel. That is a pretty handy PDF. Mossfrog, all I know, letting the pipe fill up to its volume in each segment is better for flow, which is counterintuitive to IRL. Yeah, I do agree with you there. It just seems to work when you do it that way. That one's okay there. Not sure about balancing. Currently building 3x3 load balance for pipes in my plastic factory. Nothing fancy, just adding junctions to all pipes and interconnections. We'll post in Smoke's Discord if it works. No worries, Adriel. Sounds like a plan. Pipes will always seem to be the subject of conjecture. You're absolutely right. Everyone's got their pipe theory. Now, concrete about halfway. And then this one will be here. You wonder if going back in time they made fluids go one direction like conveyor belts, we would have had issues we have today. I think, Moss Frog, if they did pipes like conveyor belts work, but not as a simulation, I think it's because they've tried to simulate fluid. That's what's caused all these conjecturous issues. Whereas if it was just units being moved along and you could have some sloshing backwards and forwards, you could account for that. But yeah, I don't know. Then people would have said, oh, it's not real fluids, and you would have had a whole other bunch of arguments. I've also seen benefits of flowing fluids down into things rather than pumping straight up into the machines. That tiny hump helps more than you think. Savage, yeah, well, I suppose that lets the whole lower pipe manifold or whatever saturate before it pushes it up in the machine. So that's another way of doing it. And Max, for each fluid issue, just put a valve and pray. I've tried valves at times, and I've had disappointing results. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to go. And I reckon here. And this is going to be. Let me just have a look here. Encased Uranium Cell. So 300, so that would be a, that would have to be a Mark IV here. And then concrete's 180, so that's just going to be a Mark III. Hold on. I've done this the wrong way around. These bottom ones need to be Mark III. These top ones are Mark 1, because they are, yeah. That's just Mark 3. That's Mark 3. Mark 1. Mark 1. All right. Agree. Haven't. Oh, Adriel, you don't understand smoke. You just don't put the valve. You got to pray too. Prayer works. That is true, Adriel. You haven't had great results with valves either, Savage. Max hashtag team anti valve here. We can argue then the items on the belts are not there as collidable objects rather than just complex systems to generate sprites to represent the item. So by that logic, conveyor belts are not realistic then. Absolutely, Mossfrog. It's it doesn't matter which way you look at it. There's always going to be a disagreement as to how everything works and what potentially would have been the best way to do something. Max, you're a monk when you're playing Satisfactory. Praying all the time. Chanting your mantras. Alright. So, concrete and uranium. So uranium's going to be down here. It's how the game is designed. You just build and pray everything works as intended, such as wastewater recycling and aluminium. Yep. Moss frogs. I use valves as blockers for return water for aluminium processing. The valves I found has problems when you need more than one decimal point to represent the flow. Yeah, it's frustrating when other areas of the game allow, was it 3 decimal points in some areas? Like, what is it? Supercomputers, 1.875 per minute. So yeah. Okay. So now I wanted to do the overflow for this concrete. So concrete's going to be coming from that way, I think, because it's over there. Let's have a look at our concrete. It's all the way back to the start, really. "12 machines with 540 limestone. I'm going to need 270 and 18. $828. Okay. Right now I need 568. What does wet concrete give me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 11,
We
12,
might
13,
make
14.
wet
2,
concrete.
3, 4, 1, 1,
Because
2,
if I
3,
did that,
4, 2, 3.
nice try, must try. If I did wet concrete, then I would only need 405, and that node right there where my cursor is, that's a normal, so that's 300. How much did I say I needed? $405. So I still need a second. There's a concrete here. There's also one here. Because I was... That one's up there. And there's that one there. Because we're going to bring some over here. That one's down on the ground. Because I know there's deuterium and that could jump across here. So we've got the water to make it. Almost got me, Moss Frog, almost. Yeah, I think we'll do the wet concrete because it'll take less anyway, less machines. But before I do that, what's 75%. So I can do 3 machines at 75 and then I could do 2 machines at 56.25 or one at, I'll do one at a 112.5. And this one here that needs 18, we'll just do one constructor. There's no point trying to overdo it. Right, but I do need to do the plastic first. For the canisters for this stuff here. We're still still working out what I've got to do with a lot of things, but I'm getting there. Such a complicated build, but yeah, we need to focus on the canisters. That's my priority right now. So we need the plastic. So I was going to build water extractors. There's sort of a spot there, but I can use some of that. That's a spot. Above. That is deep enough. So that is actually bare minimum effort. I decided since I'm cleaning my desk ready to try streaming again, I'd clean my keyboard. Oh wow, that thing was disgusting. I haven't cleaned it since you got it. Wow. Mostrog, you probably had the remains of a leftover burger from 5 years ago. And that's why you shouldn't eat at your desk, bare minimum effort. That's right. Alright, so I reckon if I do this, water extractors there, I could do the canister build here. This is my output. Yeah, I'm going to do something a bit different. Alright, so I'm going to do... Let me think about this. I'm doing this here because the water's here. So then I should do the plastic. We'll do these three here. So the canisters are... So that's 2 machines. Ah. I'm just going to put that there for a sec. Yeah, okay. Why don't I do... I'm just looking at a couple of different options here. Alright, then why don't I do... What's up, Randy? Oh, you want to come up for a pat, do you? Hey? You come up for a pat? Come on. I'm trying to do important things here, Randy, and you're bothering me for a pat, aren't you? Hey? How dare you? Hey? What's been going on? What have you been up to? You've been causing problems? I think so. Hey? Yeah. Don't tell Gaz. Gaz went off to watch a movie. He doesn't know you're having a pat. You'll come back 2 minutes after you get down and go, oh no, Randy, I miss Randy. Beautiful load balancing of petting hands. That's right, Max. I'm load balancing one hand on his chest and one hand on his bum. He really likes it. And shut. That enough? Nope. Nope, not at all. Oh, get that scratch going on. Get that scratch going on. Alright, there you go. Oh. Okay, so I'm thinking about this. Yeah, where's my spreadsheet? I'm thinking I do the concrete here because it's next to water. And because I've got minimum space, I'm going to do them horizontally along. I think. So if I go, and then the canisters can go back there where there's no water, and water isn't a huge deal. So the wet concrete is 3 machines and 1 machine. This one I can do later. I'm interested in this one and this one at the moment. So if I did, with that in mind, that went there. That could be in the center. That would work. So then I would still need the splitter. Doesn't need to be split. The output, if I have the input on this side, then I will do that. Meza, hello, welcome, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Let's do that. Did you get a chance to see or play the 1.2 at all? So wet concrete at 75%. You've seen others play it, that's the most you can do. Yep, understand. The what is it? The vehicle pathing is pretty awesome. I had a go of it. It's what's been needed, I reckon. They did a good job of it by the looks of it. from what I can, from the few goes I had. Okay, so if this was... Concrete was here. So a split of 5, so merge of 5. Now, if only the vehicles work properly, they randomly start going slow on the path. Yeah, I've seen that. Bare minimum effort. Some people had it. Give it time though. Yeah, I've had a good go of it, and I think it's a pretty good result for what they were able to achieve. If that's there, then that doesn't matter if it's... So that could go there. It's a collision detection issue. Hopefully they'll fix it. Yeah. Well, only time will tell, hey. Alright, I reckon that there. Next to vehicle issues, fluid mechanics seems to be a paradise. Well, current vehicles, yeah, I agree. They're terrible, current vehicles. I'm going to... What would a refinery pole is not going to have any effect, is it? No. I also think the old system could have been improved by simply adding the ability to add and remove a node on the existing path. It definitely would have helped Savage, but the biggest thing I found was I didn't have to drive a recorded path, and that was a tedious process. And by not having to do that, when I finish making the path now, I just have to put a vehicle, build a vehicle on the path, give it some fuel and assign the start and end, and it just worked. I was like, wow, this is amazing. Much quicker. Especially the ability to add more and more to the same path. Meza, and you can now have proper roads that function as such. Exactly. That's exactly it, Meza. Okay, I like that. I like that. Bare minimum, my hatred of the old system was spending an hour trying to get a flawless route, only to have the truck glitch and end up in the stratosphere. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think many people enjoyed the old system, to be honest. And Mezza, I'm not sure how I feel about the daisy chaining instead of power floors. Yeah, I don't know. It's for this sort of what I'm building here, I couldn't daisy chain because I'd be going right through the machine. So daisy chaining is only going to work in certain scenarios. What's that? 10. But yeah, we'll just have to give it some time and see how people like it. So there. Alright, so that. But I'm glad they did something about it. It had become a bit of a pain point, I reckon. It definitely was with me when trying to get them all working in this playthrough. Max waiting for wireless power and then wireless fluid. I mean, you're certainly, you may be waiting a while, Max. I'll do that there. There's already mods for that, they just don't work in 1.2. Yep. Yep, there's that's right, Ada. Okay, so that's going to be now we're running on that, so that's going to be 4, 4. It's the same height as this one, isn't it? So I reckon I'm going to go back here, I reckon. Mezza, I don't think I can play again until the fluids get fixed in this awful binding UI. How is it acceptable to have the entire bottom of the half screen covered? Yeah. like when I'm building right now, that currently building stacking conveyor pole really covers up what you're trying to look at. It gets very frustrating. And the stupid circle cursor, yeah. It doesn't really point to anything, does it? You hate how much it triggers you. It's a common one to trigger everyone. I'm actually going to go all the way to here. Bare minimum effort. You can tell which keys I use most. My W, ASD is now VA_NL. Yeah, right. Yeah, like you can hide the HUD. But yeah. It's not permanent. Which is quite annoying. Yeah, it's great having options that actually work. That have a purpose and have been well thought out. The user interface in options menu. Let's have options, user interface. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. These. So what's that? That's going to be what? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, so I reckon here. And then here. Yeah, there's a lot of, sometimes there's just things that you can't avoid paying attention to all the time. They're just always there in your line of sight. This is a good example here, trying to place this. That big block of text really covers things up. Noodle break while dust settles. Cleaning always messes with your breathing. Yeah, well, if you've got a lot of junk floating around. Now, that's going to be overflow. Should I No, this is the concrete here. Yeah, right. So it feeds in here. So let's go with. Oh yeah, that's the other concrete. But I was thinking about overflow here. So maybe here. The pole's in the way. Awesome thing. Which way? Anyway, what are you up to, Meza, by the way, on this wonderful day? Anything exciting? What about here? What's this? That's an input. Oh, you idiot. I'm thinking of something else here. And I went one too far. You're basically setting up an identity provider on your home lab, so all services could be SSO. But I also need to do some work I was supposed to do yesterday, but didn't. What's up, mate? I'm gonna see if Randy wants to go outside. I'll be back in 1 sec. False alarm for Randy. Just being silly. Okay, so what I need to do is here. If I could put that's a merger there. This might work. And then that to there. It's in the middle. May not. Oh, yeah. This is our overflow concrete. That works. Okay, that deals with that. And then I've got my concrete coming in. And it's the output of these three machines. And they need an input each. So these so that was there. Then just not this pole's going to be annoying. I think I might do a manifold. Very rare I do a manifold, but sometimes it is what it is. Would that go there? No, I still want to have some cornering going on. It's got to be in the middle. So that one's the right spot. And then I would have so this first one's 225, 270 plus 18. So Mark, well, the first really, I'll just do Mark 3 from here. And then So I just want a constructor for the last one. There, and then is that going to... I actually like it there. I don't like that. But it won't matter for there. Okay, I want my constructor pole. And this it's noise in there. I think that'll be okay. To there, right. And this one will be concrete at 40%. Right. This will be we're going to route all the way around for that, I suppose. We can get up. Or I just go over the top. I think I'll come along here and it has to come in here. So we did a 7. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so here, if I come down here, I reckon I'll put another one about here. So that goes to there. That goes to there. and then the output of this one goes to there. Right, and the overflow for that has been dealt with. Is that actually... that... get to here... yeah, I don't need this. Fine like that. Right. So that's that, and that. So now this let's just do this. Do this to here. We need very quickly and while that's cooking, I don't know why haven't I been using my creature? I don't know why. Right, that one was... I don't think I'm using this one either. Let me just mark that and that one. No, I'm just using the standard one, so we're recipe'd out for the moment. That's fine. Bare minimum effort. Noodles got delayed after finding a splinter in your foot. Why are they always more painful after removing these bloody things? I'll tell you what, they're not nice to get in your foot, are they? But yeah, getting them out. There's some funny ones online too. You see people, these big splinters just pop out. Right. So I only need from this one, I'm going to go all the way back to concrete now. $270 plus 18, so I'll just put 300 there, fully maxed out. Alright, so if I had let's go 3 and 4. The weirdest one was getting a sewing needle through my toe in the kitchen. Ugh, upright and stuck in the rug. Ow! Yeah, that's that just sounds super pleasant. The height's different too, isn't it? Yeah. Can't do much about the height. I suppose that looks a bit better going up. What about, what's it look like just as a curve going up? That looks better. Do a bit here. And I'm going to, let's just do my nice tricks, my blueprint, architecture, minor base. Let's do this. That's sorted. Right, so that's the concrete, and I just want to do my pillars as well. So I'm going to get rid of that. These ones. Fair bit of effort. It still makes me wonder who the hell was sewing in the kitchen. Yes. Well, you really got stitched up there. I think you'll be here all night. Oh, these are a different height. A different width, I mean. Right. Now I just need to do the water for all of these. That concrete's gone. Okay, so for these, I'm going to go give myself a clap. We're going to go underneath. So the water I need for these is 225. I really need a water extractor wet concrete. won't worry about it. So 225 water. So I'll just do one water extractor, I think. So if I did, all right, we need to do some. Just bear with me while I do some of my wall tricks. That's just to give me some alignment. Nah, I need one more over, don't I? Like that. Right. Alright, so this I might actually do this one here and here, but that needs to be what on the right. Well, we didn't get stackable conveyor wall. We didn't get the stackable ceiling supports. Wait, concrete, 120 limestone, 100 water, 80 output. Stuck in my brain because you use it so much. It's a good recipe, isn't it? Why? No, okay, right. Right, I need to move this pipe one more. That's frustrating. So it needs to be there. So that to there. And that to there. $225 water. Right. There's one there as well. There we go. Yeah, I thought we would have got more pipe stuff with 1.2. You thankfully learned to recycle water so you don't need it for fixing factories. Startup just takes longer if you don't use it while waiting for water to balance. Yep. What's up, Randy? Do you want to go outside? I know Louise was just inside. Did she wind you up? Alright, I'll be back in 1 sec, folks. Doggo is whining a lot. Is he okay? He is a German Shepherd. That's what he is. That's AKA whine a lot. They are notorious. Notorious for their whining. You probably put it there. You know what? I don't want that there. I want to bring it back, I reckon, to there. That'll look better. Now I've just got to keep my ear out for Randy barking outside, so I'm going to let him back in. $225. 225 border is 187.5%. So that, I'm hoping, won't need any pumps to get up there. We can always put one here, but we'll see. There's no baffles along all those pipes. They're nice and long. We may need a maybe not. It's taking its time. Here it comes. This one's going to take a little bit longer to spin up because the pipe's got to saturate underneath. Yeah, starting to need to be Mark 2, Mark 2, Mark 2, that's Mark 2, that's Mark 2, that's Mark 2, yep, that's alright. And then that is the output. Alright, so I might put the sign here. Where are we? I might put two signs here. No, wrong page. I'll put the constructor. Right, this is for uranium fuel rods. The next point is encased uranium cells. Yep, that's correct. It's limestone. And that is 270 by 3 is 90 each. water. 225 by 3 is 75 each. And then the outputs concrete. $180 by 3, which is 60 each. Right. Copy that. Paste that. This is for Nuke Nobilis. And we've got limestone. Right, and that is 18 in by 1 is 18 each. And it's going to output 6. Per minute. Yeah, that's running at 100%. That's catching up to 100. It's just that one's almost there. That one's almost there. That. So come around here. I've got 170, 180. If I've got 180 coming in, that's supposed to be overflow. That shouldn't have been going that way. That's better. The uranium will be the next bit for this. We need... It's good where we've got product flowing now. It's looking good. And this concrete is coming at 6 per minute. Nice. Alright, so just leave that all happening. Alright, so now we've done that. Gonna do that. Is that poking through? Nope. Ducking out for a while. Battery is low and PC still isn't set up. No worries, beam in effort. We'll chat to you later. pretty good. This here, don't need that anymore. I think we'll shoot that. We'll use that. We're going to do oil next. The oil is for the canisters. I reckon we can fit them here. There's going to be a few of them. Maybe we do the oil along here. Not sure. I'm going to let Randy in. I'll be back in a sec. Meza, thanks very much. Oh. Thanks, Meza. I get frustrated with Randy. So, bare minimum effort. Doggo whining a lot. Is he okay? He's a German Shepherd. That's what he is. All right. Well, apologies for all of that. I get distracted sometimes with Randy. He really does my head in. Damn dogs. All I saw was a screen moving on the side. I thought you just bumped the mouse, then you kept moving. Thank you very much. That could have gone on for ages. Oh well. Happens to the best of us, I suppose. Alright, that there. Alright. That's what I want. So 2. If you don't ant him, I will take him. If you don't want him, I will take him, guys. He's just frustrating at times. Randy is very frustrating. I did that. There. That would actually still work because that could go up and go that way. Yeah. That was 2. And then there will be a 1 as well. Meza, it's interesting how I hear that's a common German Shepherd behaviour. I lucked out. Mine never won unless he had a genuine big sad. Yeah, right. Oh, Randy has... What'll happen is, I'm in here. Loise is in a different room. She'll come in. He'll get into the other... She'll go into the kitchen. And he'll go and see her. Then he gets excited. Then he comes back up in here and all excited. I'm not interested in him being all excited. And, yeah. It gets frustrating. And when I'm streaming and it happens, like, I go and check if he's got to go outside 3 or 4 times, it gets really frustrating. So then I'm like over it and I just rush and do it. Then I completely forget what I was doing. And then I come back and just keep streaming and forget there's a screen that I'm not looking at. That to there. Now I'm thinking... Three and 4. plastic and plastic. Right. This one, I'll do the same. So then I might put a sink here. So we'll deal with that in a second. Just be mindful of that there. Right, that's wrong. Too tall. Right, so then that all deals. Okay, so this output here, I'm just mindful of this here, because this is going to be heading back that way at some point. I think what I'll do is let's put my signs up. So I remember what's what. This is for uranium fuel rods. And the next path in the chain is packaged sulfur. And there's plastic. $60 by 2 is 30 each. Output is a canister. It's 120 to 60 each. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to copy that. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. So this is for Newton obelisks. And it's two plastic in. And the output's for canisters a minute. Right. So now, this to here I'm going to go let's match. Let's see. What's that? Let's do it with this. So my empty canisters need to come in here. So if I came that's not going to match there, is it? Right? That's one off. So we'll go. That's a bit frustrating. So what I might do instead is do this. That's better. Alright, that's perfect for that one. That's that output. the other canister's got to go in here. So one of these two. It'd be pretty easy just to go over it like this. That's right, yeah. Go back to Mark 1 for this stuff. Right. Perfect. Put some couple of supports here. If I can't put it here, no, I'm not gonna worry. Might put one here. And one here. Okay, that's the canisters. And now I need to make the plastic. So it's going to be 3 refineries. Okay, so now here. Yeah, I'm gonna detonate some of this stuff. So I think we're having chicken for dinner, folks. Alright. Where are we? Okay, so I'm going to want to do... That was there. I don't want to do them there. That was 3. I reckon there. Do 3. Then there will be... This will be the... That's not going to work. The... Maybe I put the petroleum coke. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay, so if I had... Move them across 1. Move them across 2. Let's start again. So we'll start off with those there, like that, like that. And then I'm going to leave. And then I'm going to do that. Where it would normally go. Yep. So I've got room there for the heavy oil residue to come back through and into there. And that's the petroleum coke. And then there will be another single one. And then one more single one. I think that's how it's going to work. Alright, I want a refinery pole. There, and then what else do I want? Gonna look at this here. Oh, I hate when you get the nudging on verticals. That's what I want there. Right. So that. Put that to there. And then this. Don't like that. How do I want to do this? I think I'm going to go from here. That can go to there. Right, and then this. So there. That will go to there. And then I can get rid of that. And we've got power. up this to there. I can get rid of that. That's cleaned all that up. So everything should still have power. Yep, perfect. The water's just not perfect. So I'm gonna up it a little bit, and I reckon that'll resolve. So this one's 100, but these outer ones are never getting the full amount. So I'm just gonna add a smidgen more water to it, and that should sort that out. Okay. Right, so we've got over here, this is petroleum coke. I'm going to run it at 75%. I'm going to run it at 80%. I'm going to just run it a bit more than what's needed. I want to run that down here, yeah. Right, so that's the petroleum coke into here. I'll deal with the byproduct in a second. Okay, so what I'm going to do, that's one. I've got 3 plastics at 100%. Rightio. this plastic here is at 10%. And this is petroleum coke. And I'm going to run it at 5%. Right. So this one technically that should be there. Yeah. That one to there, and that one goes to there. That to there. Right. Perfect. Okay. So this is going to go to the sink. So our overflow oh, that one's right there. Oh, that's that lined up and everything. It is. That one I might just. Come on. And then this one, I'm going to go like this. It's just annoying. That pole's in the way. What if I turned... we use the pole. No. It's got to be there. Well, let's just do... Let's do it over this. When I get to there, I'm going to use this.
And as the saying goes, choo-choo, motherfuckers.
Chablis, that's right. Wagster, hey, how you going there? What's been going on? Choo-choo indeed, Chablis. Right. That's the petroleum coke byproduct dealt with. And the petroleum coke byproduct dealt with. No power. We need to deal with that. I don't think that's a good solution. How about we do another refinery pole like that. And then I'll do to there, to there. There we go. All right, so just got to bring in. Let's hook up. Let's got to hook up the plastic now, the last bit, and then bring in the oil. Hold on. I got the wrong one. This is plastic. That's supposed to be going to there. In that case, if that's directly opposite, it's not, is it? Four. Okay to there, but I suppose we will have to do that. I don't know. I don't know if I like that. I think I would prefer just at the same height. Like that. That'll look much better. Yeah, I can even put that makes it look a bit better now. Alright, that's better. That's all that sinking. And then this plastic here has to go to here. That seems to all function a little bit better. It's a bit skew with some of this, but it's okay. It's all working. It's not clipping. And then I just need alright, so that is going to clip. In there. Now this doesn't line up nicely as such. Well, yeah. I think yeah, right. This is my main. Well, no, hold on. If I do this. Do it like that. It's all fine. Does that mean so I have made an alignment issue kind of with the smart splitters, but anyway, it's not a big deal. It's all going to work. I've just got to get the oil in now and we'll be done. I would like for the very rare use case. works there. We'll use those poles. You got my new workshop sorted then, pal? Unfortunately not, Wagster. I've got to save up a lot of money to do that. Everything's in a shipping container, and I've got a crappy little shed that just lets me do the odd thing, but yeah. That's just how life is at the moment. Maybe sometime in the future. Any projects planned? I'm trying to think. I do need to get some air conditioning stuff, some air ducting things that I need to play with. I don't think I need to. I don't have the. It's not hot enough here long enough to warrant buying an air conditioner. But my server room generates enough heat. But there's plenty of cold air in the roof. So I've got a plan to set up a filter and a fan and bring the air in. But that's things are a bit tight. I've just got to be careful with what I spend my money on at the moment. Because I get paid whenever I work. I get casual rates, so if I don't get shifts, I don't get work. So I'm really, at the moment, I'm working at saving up a buffer for when there are a few little hiccups. Yeah, a few little petrol prices isn't helping that much at the moment. Sometimes all you need is a cheaper option. If it works, it works, right? That's right, Wakester. I've just got to get onto it, but it's just one of those things. Right, I think I've got all this plastic ready to go. I've just got to bring the oil in. Money is annoying. You are not wrong, Mezza. Just at the moment, like, to fill my car up with fuel, it's cost me an extra $40 than what I normally do. I was watching something on the TV, on the YouTube news the other day, earlier today. Apparently, Australia has 36 days of fuel supplies. So I don't know how they're going to resolve that. Not to mention the ridiculous cost at the moment. We topped up fuel today, almost $3 a litre. Yeah, exactly. I'll just wait for the ads to pass. Savage. Okay, so Wagstar, I started a new job, being a taxi driver, self-employed, and the fuel prices are annoying here in the UK as well. Yeah, that's hard, Wagstar. Savage, I doubt it's accurate. 36 days is generous, you think? Yeah, I don't know. It's not a desirable amount of days. Let me tell you that. To have a whole country's supply. I think our government's dropped the ball there. Did you know that it would take 38 days to be overtaken by a zombie apocalypse? Food for thought. Well, you know, that's certainly is something positive to think about too. I don't look forward to a zombie apocalypse. Any major disaster thing, I don't look forward to because I just after watching like The Walking Dead and how people behave and all of that with each other and how society would just crumble. It's not going to be a very fun time. It's always the people that's the problem, never the zombies. That's right, Meza. Yep. I'm going to put this here as a sink. I'm just going to put awesome sink for that. Okay, so this one is the heavy oil residue is the input. Chablis, yep, people are horrid. I would like my own little island, I agree. Bare minimum effort, almost done. PC is running again. Keyboard sounds quieter too. Ooh, nice. Well, once you get all that leftover pizza cleared away, I'm going to copy that, paste that. Petroleum coke. All right. 90. All right. So I think what I'm going to do now is finish off these signs, and then we're going to wrap it up because I think I've reached my threshold. This one is for the Munich Nobles. Yeah, real glad I bought a mini vac. What came out of this thing was grim. I bet. I'm going to copy that. Paste that. Copy that. Paste that. This is going to be just one heavy oil residue coming in. And 3 coming out. This one here The next part of the production line is an empty canister. This is plastic. No, crude oil. Hold on. Let's go back to plastic. So it's 90. Crude oil, 90 crude oil, 3 machines is 30 each. Anthropolid, roses red, violets blue, Chuck Norris now dead, joke's on you. I'm waiting for the Chuck Norris memes. There's going to be memes of him just like roundhouse kicking death with a sickle or something like that. He's going to live immortally. Old Chuck Norris. I don't think anyone. It's hard to see. I don't think anyone would be like. It brings a smile to their face knowing how much people love Chuck Norris and all the memes. You know. I'm sure people will be sad that he's dead, but yeah. It's going to a whole month when Chuck Norris jokes surface like fart bubble from deep pool. Yep. Yep, it's going to be funny. Heavy oil residue. This is going to come out at 30. Rightio. Copy this one. Enablers. Right. Copy, paste. The crude oil for this one is 3. 3 each. Chuck Norris dies and says to God, "You're in my seat." That's a good one. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually found it funny when someone's died. Like, yeah, his legacy is so powerful. It's hilarious. Alright, and it's going to output 1. Okay, so this is where it's up to. I think I'm going to put... And I will put one there when I do it eventually. The next step will be to bring over crude oil. And it's over here somewhere. There's 3 of them. I think I might... like we might bring it through here. But I'm going to leave that to the next episode. But yeah, I think I could bring it over here. I could change this. But it could be because like it's literally there. The one I'm looking at is pure, and I only need 93 oil. So we'll just run that pipe to here. I think that'll be the best option. But I'm going to leave that for the next episode. Because then we'll also have to start working on how we're going to get the uranium here. So that's going to be another thing as well. But we've made some great progress today because we got all of the concrete I needed done, and we got all of this setup done. So now, like I said, it's just getting the remaining getting that crude all over here, and that'll make that run, and then we'll work on the next, whatever the next thing is in the production line. It's really sad, but also there'll be so much joy from the memes. Exactly. I think I need to put a jelly bubble up here so I can land in it. I might do that. You know what? I might do that now. Because I don't like this one. And that'll give me the resources I need. It'd be perfect just here, actually. There we go, that's somewhere to land in. Alright, with all that stuff we sunk earlier, the DNA coupons, we made 17 coupons today. That puts us at about 540, 550, 558 coupons. Nice. Like, so I love this game. It's just hard for me to work it all out, and I give up, and I always end up coming back. Yeah, try and bite it off in little chunks. I reckon that's how I think. And maybe something like the Satisfactory modeler in Steam, that might be something to help you break it up into little chunks. I've got my spreadsheet, but that's just how I do it. But yeah, maybe that can help. Well, folks, today we are very productive as we set up the concrete we needed for the encased uranium cells, and that then fitted nicely in the little spot in the foundations of the platform we got going there. And then we moved on to setting up the empty canisters for the packaged sulfur, and also the plastic refineries and the petroleum coke from refineries to deal with the byproducts that's for the canisters. So all I've got to do now is bring in the crude oil from that area, and then that plastic will be made, and that's one step closer to getting the encased uranium cells running. We will just have to bring in the uranium next, to be honest. And yeah, so that'll be a transport logistics thing we'll work out. Maybe train, maybe vehicle. We'll have to work it out and see what we can do. Have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night. I look forward to seeing you soon. Bye.